my word. Right. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, welcome to RAF Waddington, home of the Red Arrows. And you should be able to hear this. It is absolutely blowing a gale here. But no worries, we'll just keep going. Welcome, my name's Nikos, I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. We're not going to be able to have any of my education up here for safety. I've lowered the tripod down just a little bit to give it a bit of a better center of gravity. And goodness me, but hey, it could calm down. We're hoping it will calm down. The wind. I'm a bit worried about Ted's. I'll tell you what. Maybe Ted might not wear his Santa hat. I'm wearing mine, but with due caution. But welcome anyway. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're live here at Waddington, and it's home of the Red Arrows, of course, as we're here for the Reds. Anything else that happens along the way is a bonus. There are aircraft that are stationed here at Station Waddington, and we've got the likes of the RC-135W rivet joint. We've got the Beechcraft Shadow. There's a couple out at the moment, as in parked up, not flying. Well, there could be, who knows. And it's also home of the Protector, the RPAS aircraft, the remote piloted air system as well. And I believe they've still got I don't know if they've still got the Reaper here or they're phasing it out, but apparently, according to the official website, it is still in the RAF's inventory. It's not actually that cold, it's just extremely windy. You can never have it all, right? You can never have it all. Oh my word. We're going to see some backwards flying crows today. But yeah, I can see Red Arrows in the cockpits there, already in. So not long for our first sortie. We haven't missed anything. Oh, poor Teddy. Oh my word. Quick, Ted, get in the cover, mate. Goodness me. It's certainly not beret weather today. A big shout out to everyone at Royal Air Force Station Waddington. Hope you're all good today. Or your regiment, the ISR Force ISTAR. Because it is a station for the UK's intelligence hub, the intelligence, surveillance, target acquisition and reconnaissance, known as ISTAR. There is an operational conversion unit for that very like. But we'll see what we got today. We'll see what we're going to get. But good news is we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 canopies up already that are visible, yet alone any that are not. But there we go. Yeah, don't worry. I found the charger. I found it. Sounds like 5. Sounds like 5 of them going up. There's definitely 6 canopies up, but I didn't hear number 6. So, welcome to the Red Arrows, formed in 1964, took their first ever display in 1965. We'll go through all the history in just a moment. So this is was Bondi's last season, Red 1. I'll talk to you a little bit about the team. We've got 2 new recruits with the Red Arrows this year into the 2026 season. Of course, the team commanded by Wing Commander Adam Collins, he's their OC. Also got Red 1, his last year now as Red 1, Squadron Leader John Bondi, known as Bondi. And new to the season 2026 is Red 2, Flight Lieutenant Matt Brighty. Oh, there they go, the Hawks have just started up. And of course, we all know Brighty was the 2023 RAF Typhoon display pilot. Red 3 is new this year, Flight Lieutenant Christopher Dean. And he's an exchange pilot. Now, he is a Royal Air Force pilot, so don't get that confused. We had a few people get confused with the literature, the way it's read out, but he is Royal Air Force. Just like Turbo, he's on exchange, and of course he's in the he's flying F-18s, and you know, like for like, we also have an exchange pilot at RAF Barham of the US Navy or US Air Force. I'm not sure which it is, but he is on exchange. So not to get confused, but Flight Lieutenant Christopher Dean has been flying the FA-18E and F Super Hornets with the United States Navy. Also, Red 4 this year is now Flight Lieutenant Rob Thomas. Red 5 is Flight Lieutenant Andy McEwen. Andrew McEwen, the legendary pilot who's made history with the Red Arrows. Hope you can hear me okay. He's the first ever pilot to come from an F-35B 5th generation stealth aircraft. Red 6 is Flight Lieutenant George Hobday. Red 7 is Flight Lieutenant Ollie Sucklin. Don't forget, Red 6 and 7 are the synchro pair. Red 8 is Squadron Leader Chris McCann, and Red 9 is Flight Lieutenant Dustin Wales. Now, taking on the role of Red 10 this year is Supervisor Squadron Leader Stuart Roberts, and you have to be a Squadron Leader to take on the Supervisor role, or at least apply for it. And to even apply for the Red Arrows, you have to have a minimum of 1,500 flying hours, have completed a frontline operational tour, and be assessed as being above average in their role. The Red Arrows are the only unit to operate the Hawk Mark T1A. And the Ted Coningsby channel will be exclusively bringing you the workup to the 2026 training sessions as they perform their practice of sequences. We'll see hopefully some new moves, and we'll see how they practice every week, every day, well, Monday to Friday. And we'll follow them right up until exercise Spring Hawk in the springtime of April. But you never know, one day we may end up in Cyprus or Greece to see them. That's what they do. They go to Greece or Cyprus to fly from fly from a place where there's a more reliable blue sky weather, which is why they do that. Can you imagine close to airshow season they have to go through it? But that leaves our poor other our other display teams, you know, training and practicing. So give it up for the other display teams who have to make do with the British weather, unfortunately. But the Red Arrows, the way they train to be the world-class aerobatic display team as they are, they go, there we go, they go to Greece and Cyprus to finish up their sequences. Now don't panic, you may see them as a 6, a singleton, a 2-ship, 3, 4, Hanna, Enid as a 5, an 8. Don't panic, they are a 9. This is the way they put it all together. It's a 22-minute display sequence. There's quite a lot of aspect to it, so they'll put that all together in sections and keep practicing a sequence. You may get a whole sortie right now. They do about 3 to 4 sorties a day, a 4th one if you're extremely lucky. Depends what they're doing. And they'll just practice a particular sequence over and over again. You might get hearts all day. That's all that, you know, just to give you an example, you might get tornado all day. You know, it's just the way they put it all together. It wouldn't be RAF Waddington stream without having the lorries go past. So I'm going to do this a little bit different. If I have to do this on the floor, then I will, but it is really, really bad, the wind today, as usual. This is, as I've said, it's got to be the windiest year I've ever known since I've been doing this. But I'll catch up with the Reds in just a moment. Don't forget to hit the like button, ladies, gents, teddy bears. We're about to see the Reds doing their thing. They are a 6. So 2 and 4 on the right, 3 and 5 on the left of red 1 there that we can see. Odd numbers usually on the left for the Reds and even on the right. Here we go, on the run in. feedback. Let me just turn back around here. Let me just get back in my little safe zone for a minute. It is extremely windy. It feels like about just shy of 40 miles per hour by the feel of it here. Definitely 35 minimum. Oi, oi! Yeah, thank you. thanks for joining us. Don't forget while we're here, don't forget to hit that like button, ladies, gents and teddy bears. lovely skies, but my goodness me, it's windy.
Here we go. Tornado time. When you just leave it there, but I'll, you know me, I'll mix it up, don't you worry about that. So they'll do a series of tornado there. So you'll hear the red one requesting for air brakes. Now this is positioned underneath on the Hawk. It's got an air brake that's it's actually underneath, just towards the rear of the fuselage, just by the engine bay. The reason for that, it creates like a turbulence or a vortex. It creates a nice, more plumpier plume of smoke. There you go. Goodness me. Part in the Red Arrows displays, because of course, you know, you need that smoke to hang around. Now the engine is a modified, tuned up to Red Arrow spec. It's the Rolls-Royce Audur 151 engine. It's a little bit different than the regular one. It's been tuned up for Red Arrow's needs. Just let the sun just eat the shot a little bit there. It's all about trust with Aerobatics displays. You know, whether you are the Thunderbirds or the Red Arrows, you'll find yourself just looking at your leader So what you're doing, following the movements of Red 1 and instructions, so by ear and by trust. That sound. For those that are regulars on the show will know what I'm on about. Red 1 just giving feedback.
one more. Okay. One more. I think I just heard that.
a good start to the morning. A little bit of a windy start, but we do have a Beechcraft Shadow. Just awaiting departure. Welcome to the show, Alistair, Goodwin, Babzar, Mark Dudley, Jenny B. How you all doing? Bell Low, Mark Moody, Davey, Marco Baxter, how you doing? Williams, J Moore, Mark Moody, how you doing? All right, man. Hank Verhuel, Phantom Fanatic. Hope you're all good and well. Welcome to the show. Right, let's get back on. Just pressed the wrong button there. Don't normally do that. I have everything on manual. It went back to auto. Meh. I like manual. I like to be in control. You know what I mean? Oh dear. Right. Okay. So that was our first sortie from the Reds. They're just coming back now. Welcome to the show. Big warm welcome. Good day. Good evening. Good afternoon. Good morning, wherever you're watching from in the world. This is the Ted Coningsby channel, bringing you Red Arrows training sessions throughout the winter. Reluctantly said, with an added 40 miles an hour gusting winds by the sound of it. Goodness me. That's probably one of them. How you doing, man? You alright, buddy? Yeah? Just about hanging on a bit, man. It's all good. It's fine. Yeah, how you been? Alright, yeah? That was a good little start. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, it's alright. It's on the borderline for me. It's borderline. I've had worse, but this is some really punchy gusts. Now and again, well, you can't tell. I just hate it when it goes on calm and then boom. So, oh, it's stopping. No, it ain't. It's just, keeping alright? That's oh. Good to see them. Good. Yeah, that was nice to see them up. It was really good. Yeah, see you in a bit, buddy. And here they come now. There they are. So just the 6 at the moment. Again, for those that are new to this is the way they train. They don't just send all 9 up doing all sorts. It doesn't work like that. You have to put it all together. It's like the prep to a good recipe. You know what I mean? It's a prep to a good recipe. You don't just stick potatoes in an oven, do you? You got to peel them. You got to boil them a little bit and then bung them in the oven with a load of whatever it is you have with it. Mine, salt, pepper, olive oil and oregano. Yep, that's what I do. That is. that's our wonderful Red Arrows back from their first sortie of the day, and it was nice to catch the first one. Superb stuff. Well, I might go and have to warm myself up with a nice cup of tea. Unfortunately, models and education, as in all the diagram side of things, unfortunately they're limited today, and probably Ted with his beret or Santa hat is going to be extremely limited, unfortunately, so just bear with me today. Bear with me, get it? There's always a bear with me. Right, I'm just going to have a quick bit of bite to eat and a cup of tea. I'll be right back. Yo, man. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
doing okay?
Yeah, good, you?
Good, thank you.
How's the other half, alright?
Yeah, very good, thank you very much. All good. You alright there, yeah? Good.
Just need that wind strong. We'll be alright.
Yeah, I've just lowered this down just to keep a more of a... It's alright, it's fine, but I like to be 100% rather than still be alright.
Yeah.
lovely. So Red Arrow's getting refueled. And that's the case with most things aviation. As soon as the aircraft is back, it's immediately refueled. One as a more practical thing as well, and for safety. So the first practical side of things, ready for the next sortie. Whether it be a Typhoon, a F-35, F-15, or even a Cessna, it's ready for the next one. And secondly, from a safety point of view, it creates condensation inside as well if you don't fill it up, and it can be quite explosive and quite dangerous. So there you go. And as always, a big shout out to the Wave car park, the crew at the Waddington Aviation or Waddington Aircraft Viewing Enclosure. The girls and boys, John and Bex, providing breakfast, brunch and lunch, working hard there in the burger van, keeping us all fed, warm, and with their lovely cups of tea and breakfast, and their burgers are good. Do check it out. Just had a egg and bacon roll, nice, thanks, courtesy of Surely Pete, by the way, thank you very much. So yeah, it's nice to have it, it's so good. They do provide toilets for their customers as well, and fair play to them, you know, they come here and open up, keep the place tidy with our support, and keeping the place clean, sweet and neat, as we say, keeping the place sweet and neat. Oh yes. Hey Jan, yeah, I am now refueled as well. Dieter, Leah, Mark Moody, Margot, Andy Stanley, how you doing as well? Hope you're way. Andy Stanley, how's it going? Alistair Goodwin, Jenny B, Paul Fairclough, Edgar Huell, Brave Sir Robin, 69, how you doing? Mayhem Marshy, Ian Maccabi, oi oi. Emma Watson's got a good idea of ticking planes off to see next year. I think if I had one thing to catch, for me, I know many of you have seen this at air shows or been fortunate enough, but I'd really like to see a B-52 take off. I know I've seen a B-52 land many times, but we've never actually seen one take off. We haven't been fortunate enough to catch that. So that's what I'm hoping for next year. I know, I don't ask a lot. It's got to be a B-52 and it's got to be taking off. I know. Dawn Mitchell, hope you're good. Martin Hamlin, yeah, I heard they were up yesterday, so today they hopefully will make the most of this lovely weather. But just a bit windy, but I'd like to say it's calming down, but that would be just tempting fate or jinxing it or something. We've seen wonderful six ship of Red Arrows and then performing the Tornado. And formation flying, as we said many times, has been around since aviation itself. You've got to remember that, you know, tactics and the evolution of military tactics is not a thing that happened overnight, and it is, whether it's from historical aspects or whether it's modern, even a carrier, a strike force carrier with F-35 speed, for example, you know, the idea is to get aircraft up as quickly as possible. So the aspects of
even formation departures is a crucial aspect of a military tactic to get aircraft as quickly as possible. If you've got poor weather closing in, if you've got 3 lined up, all sent at once. We saw the first set of 3 go up on their own with the Reds, then a singleton, then 2 together. I mean, that's just 1 launch all together simultaneously going up. That's getting 6 aircraft up very quickly. And if, like I said, if you want to clear that poor cloud base for safety as well, to get your men and women airborne, you've done it already. So, and then you've got the aspects of tactics. So we spoke about the finger 4, the Vic formation. We spoke about many types of formations that have been used since World War II, probably earlier, but it depends. But the Vic formation I'm quite familiar with here, with Lancasters and other aspects of Vic is a set of 3 aircraft, so bombers such as the Lancaster would have been in a Vic formation, 2 lots, let's say. So there's 6 protecting each other, keeping it tight, clean, sweet and neat. So again, B-17s with the amount of guns, the Luftwaffe found it the hard way. When they first seen a B-17 in 43, they would have been thinking, what on earth is this? So there we go, they would have encountered something a little bit different. But they did encounter an early version of the RAF's designated B-17, the Boeing Fortress. Sadly, I can't show you those at the minute. They are in the van. I wonder if I can go and get it. Give me 1 second. I should be able to. I might be able to give you some diagrams. Give me a sec. Might be able to pull this off. This could go wrong. Give me 1 second while I try and do this. This could go wrong, but oh well. It was, you know, it was worth it, wasn't it? So yeah, it was the RAF that actually, shall we say, took the Boeing Fortress, the B-17. In 1941, and they were technically B-17Cs, but they went up a mark. They had earlier ones as well, but they were designated as Boeing Fortress Mark 1 and 2, etc. But they were B-17s. They were the Cs, and the thing is with the B-17Cs, although designated as a Boeing Fortress, they weren't quite perfected at combat readiness. They were pretty much forced into combat. The RAF didn't really have a lot of options. I mean, you know, 1941, we almost had the Lancaster ready, but by then we had, I mean, heavy bombers. We had the Sterling, we had the Halifax, and the Boeing Fortress, as it was designated, it wasn't quite ready. And I'll show you the evolution in just a sec. I mean, it had very, very different. I'll show you them just now. I'll show you the evolution actually while we're here of the Boeing Fortress from my B-17 book. If you can see that, there's our B-17C. Very different stabilizer design until the later models. There's a lot missing. You know, they didn't have the turret at the front, the chin. You know, nothing on the back, nothing on the top turret, no waist gunners. It was quite basic really for a bomber, and but there we go, and that's the evolution there of our B-17s. There's the YB-17, the prototype that was made, but there we go. But hey, that's evolution. That's evolution for you. So yeah, yeah, the RAF actually used the Boeing B-17 first before the United States Army Air Force as its designation as a Boeing Fortress. So for those who don't know, there you go. The first time that the B-17s actually saw combat, even though they didn't engage because they weren't armed, it was actually during, and it was the anniversary, 84th anniversary of the Pearl Harbor attacks, December the 7th of 1941. There was actually a delivery of B-17s that were arriving that day, and they weren't armed, and luckily, well, there were two aspects to the story, really. One, that they were lucky they didn't get shot down because they weren't, luckily they knew there was a delivery of some sort, and secondly, luckily the Zeros didn't engage with them because, well, they simply were not armed. They were just coming back for a delivery. So there we go, that's the importance. And then from the very first air show, because ultimately, you know, this is their core, is air shows and of course fly past. But we have to go back simply to the very first air show at Reims, France in 1909. And then when we think of 1909, the Wright Flyer and the Wright brothers were only just pioneering this in 1903. It's quite not scary, it's probably the wrong word, but it's quite interesting and fascinating, that's the right word, of how quickly things can change. And the thing is, the likes of war, sadly, does bring on the almost increase of pressure or thinking to get something bigger and better straight away. But 1909, and then of course the RAF's first ever, what was called the pageant, with 32 Squadron, which was held in 1920. The history of formation flying at air shows has been around for, say, over 115 years. In 1925, the RAF's pageant then became known as the Royal Air Force Display, which was held at RAF Phenom. So the first of these displays staged in 1920, and the last all the way until 1937. And then what you've got then is a succession of following years of events. So the Munich crisis, rearmament, and don't forget, we just had not that long ago in these terms the end of the First World War, but rearmament and the gathering war clouds brought together an end to, you know, an annual event. However, feats of aerial skills, you know, don't forget they just learned a lot of skills from the First World War, the integral part of the Hendon displays, and it was that interwar period. Don't forget the fact that they were practicing for aerial, like aerobatics. You know, if you think about it, the Second World War kicked off in 1939. Those interwar periods helped with the main thing, recruitment. And of course, the fact that air shows do that, the fact that air shows inspire, this is the thing. And these displays probably paid a lot into the recruitment for the Second World War, from bombers to fighters. I mean, if you're taking you've got to think of a 1930s man there with his wife and smoking a pipe, probably of some description. I'm not promoting smoking, just trying to paint a picture here. All well, smartly dressed, handle moustache, and the wife's probably going, "Oh darling, that'd be lovely if you could fly that. Oh, don't worry darling, I'll fly." And then, you know, I'm just saying, this is one of many scenarios. But then how about children? How about kids that are just, you know, even 16-year-olds that were looking at air shows during that time and thinking, I want to do that. And it plays a major part today. When I was 5, 6, 7, I really wanted to become a pilot, tornado pilot, in fact. You know, how many children have been inspired? How many Red Arrows pilots have been inspired by seeing a Red Arrows display and now flying as a Red Arrow? Think about it. You know, so, you know, I believe, and, you know, what I've read, that the displays and all these air shows that were happening before the Second World War played a major part
in recruiting. So during 1920 displays, for example, you had 5 Sopwith Snipe fighters. They were from the Central Flying School. They looped in a roll in formation. They flew inverted. I mean, how cool is that? In 1926, 9 Siskin fighters from 41 Squadron performed aerobatics, and then they were doing formation changes to music. Yep, 1926, we had music, change formation to the music. So it's not a modern thing if you thought that was the case. And then formation displays really started to become more common. They had a right range of manoeuvres, and during 1936 we had Gloucester Gauntlet biplanes of 19 Squadron, and they performed close formation aerobatics with their aircraft tied up with breakable cord, which I've seen this year. I can't remember if it was Shuttleworth at Old Warden that I've seen that. So absolutely amazing. And then by 1938, so just a year before the Second World War began, it was briefly known at the time as Empire Air Day. Biplanes were also performing to more music as well. The Hendon Air displays during the interwar years, for me, were just an absolute huge success. So, you know, they also put the RAF, the Royal Air Force, in the public eye. They helped ensure that, you know, that there was a service to be made, powerful and supportive. You know, think how many crowds that there were watching these displays. They also help generate a pool of air enthusiasts as well, so that will keep the air shows going. They want more and more and more. And, you know, the fact that displays raise morale, they really do, and they are a public interest even today. They fly a national flag, they show off an air force, and they even show off the aircraft. I mean, you can't just go to a Eurofighter showroom, can you? Like, I'll have one of them, few alloys, and stick a big bore exhaust in it. The thing is, at the end of the day, you've only got to look at Turkey's interest. I think it was an air show that happened, and they were inspired by the Eurofighter Typhoon, so it does work. And then you've got to then keep up with technology, and air shows did that. And in 1947, the de Havilland Vampires took to the skies, and I think they were called the Black Knights, and they became the first jet aircraft aerobatics team. So they were a first ever fast jet team, and these were at RAF Odeum, and then various teams started to fly the Vampire, that played a major part in Southeast Asia as well. The Vampire took over from the likes of the Hornet, which came in too late, the fighter, also the Brigands as well. If you've ever heard of a Brigands, have a look at that, and the Tempest. But so yeah, and then 72 Squadron flew in a team of 7. 54 Squadron started using smoke trails until finally the Gloucester Meteor took over from the Vampire. Interestingly enough, the Black Knights were wearing black flying suits, which may be an inspiration, as they were the first team to wear these suits. So possibly this is the inspiration to wearing a black suit when you're in your display team, maybe, just a thought. In the 50s, it was time for the Hawker Hunter, and in 1956 we saw 111 Squadron take to the skies, and there were many more RAF aerobatics teams that started to form in 1958. We had the Black Arrows, who performed in a loop and barrel roll of 22 Hunters even, and a world record for the greatest number of aircraft looping in formation. Now, the Black Arrows, they were the premier team at the time until 1961. You also had the Blue Diamonds of 92 Squadron, who continued their role, which you can see an example. If you're ever in Newark Air Museum, please check out the beautifully painted Blue Diamonds 92 Squadron Hawker Hunter there. And you'll be able to see that. They flew 16 Blue Hunters, and then we also had Yellow Jacks, the Red Pelicans, and then something extraordinary happened. English Electric Lightnings in formation, and in 1960 the Tigers of 74 Squadron were re-equipped with the legendary, unique, vertically aligned engines of the English Electric Lightning, and that must have definitely wowed the crowd. Especially, I've seen a video of their break. 56 Squadron, the Firebirds with 9 red and silver Lightnings also took to the skies, but this wasn't to last. And you know, you will see how much the Red Arrows train, you know, day in, day out, 5 days a week, 3 to 4 sorties a day, and that's just what we see here. There's a lot that goes on, and then we ain't even scratched the surface, because we've been looking at the skies, haven't been talking about yet the engineers, the blues, the circus, all the dive teams, the PR teams, the mechanics, technicians. There is a whole lot to it, and this is why the idea and the decision was really imminent. It was going to happen at some point. You know, if you were to take Typhoons out of service to do this, you then got to have the pilots. You're then taking frontline pilots. You're then taking frontline engineers that could be used in a frontline role. You know, we're not the biggest air force in the world, and yet at the same time, as much as I'd like to see Typhoons flying, I understand the cost of trying to run a Typhoon fast jet like that, a fighter jet. At the end of the day, it's not going to be possible. So the decision was made, and for me, I prefer trainer aircraft. Why? Because it's an inspiration to our next generation. You know, the fact that they're not flying a fighter jet, they're flying a Hawk. Although, yes, the Hawk was and can be used, which is why I'll explain why they used the T1A, because the T1A can be armed with a center installed 30mm Aiden cannon, but instead of putting that, we've now got a smoke pod there. So it makes sense. The commitment, you know, for a Red Arrow pilot is 3 years, a 3 years season for a Red Arrows pilot. That's a lot to take out, you know, the fighter pilot out of the frontline role. So I totally understand it. You know, the skill involved, discipline, tight formations with no room for error, the time commitment demanding, and they just couldn't justify it. So what they did, they decided to amalgamate. Something's coming into land by the look of it. They amalgamated the teams, and they took the and it was the Yellow Jacks with RAF Valley. The Yellow Jacks, call sign of Flight Lieutenant Lee Jones. They took the Pelicans, who were flying Jet Provosts, and the Black Arrows team, and they amalgamated those names, traits, and they came up with the Red Arrows. They formed them together. Flight Lieutenant Lee Jones, Little Rissington, 1964. Go. And they were using the Fallen Nat first, and that was right up until 1979, when the Royal Air Force Aerobatics team, as we know as the Red Arrows, switched to the Hawk T1A. Now this beautiful multi-jet aircraft is a Phenom, and it's a training aircraft at RAF Cranwell. Go on, Cranners. So it's a twin jet Phenom, and Brea Phenom. With a lorry. Oh. Cranwell 33, thank you very much. I'm pretty sure lorries just choose the day when I'm here to show off their brand. But yeah, there's our beautiful Red Arrows. It has been tuned. The wind is calming down, luckily. So Flight Lieutenant Lee Jones was the team leader with 7. So the Red Arrows had 7 first. They weren't a 9, and they switched to a 9
because of their popularity. So for those interested, and the Yellow Jacks were literally yellow fallen gnats, and when they selected the aircraft, they decided on red. The reason for that is red looks better in grey skies, and we do have quite a lot of those. The switch to a Diamond 9 was in mid-1966. You know, we're talking about a wonderful little Hawk that came into the Red Arrows in 1979. They flew their first display with it in 1980, and it can climb to 40,000 feet. It's powered by a Rolls-Royce Ardeur Mark 151, but it has been tuned to Red Arrow's spec. It can reach 400 miles per hour in just 2 minutes, which is quite incredible. And it's, you know, it's for me, it's a cute. Sorry for the word, but it's such a cute, good-looking aircraft. I love the Hawk. You know, the Mark 1. I like it. The T1. It's such a cute little aircraft, and it's an image for me from childhood. It will stay with me forever, this aircraft. You know, I was born and raised in Weston-super-Mare, and we had the Western Air Festival, and it was always the Red Arrows that fascinated me, although the Tornado came into my life. and I wanted to become a Tornado pilot, but unfortunately my eyesight let me down, so there we go. That was the end of that. Yeah, but hey, I came back many decades later, not flying them, but just filming fighter jets and everything else military aviation, so it didn't quite die out there. So that was the Embraer Phenom, and if you just joined us, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. It's the wind is slowly calming down, very slowly, but there we go. So Brent Mosley, how you doing? Dieter, Margot, Mayhem Marshy, Davey, how you all doing? Thank you very much for tuning in. Jan Clark, Darren Harwood, Alistair Goodwin, thank you all of you for tuning in today. It is a base. I mean, it's got so much history here. It's such a shame I can't get everything up here because it'll all just get blown off here. But I'll talk you through it. It'll be like almost sort of like a podcast of some description. But we have to go back really to 1916. Here at RAF Waddington. It opened as a Royal Flying Corps station. It was a Royal Flying Corps aerodrome in 1916. So you had not only pilots training of the Royal Flying Corps, but also training the US Army as well. They were taught to fly various aircraft here. There were many squadrons that were here flying lots of different types of biplanes, and you maybe when you're driving up here, there's a lot of villages that actually have or have had Royal Flying Corps stations or ex-Royal Air Force stations, such as Digby, which, although Digby is still going, it's not flying. It doesn't have anything flying there. Okay, so Digby, RAF Scopwick, and then ones that you may have heard, of course, you got Metheringham and you got Coningsby not far away, Cranwell. There's so much, and like I said, being in England's second largest county, there was around 47 stations in World War II just here. Unbelievable, isn't it? And way over nearly 37 or so Royal Flying Corps stations as well. An amazing amount. But after the First World War ended, the station, or the aerodrome, finished up. It went into care and maintenance and closed in 1920. And of course, Waddington luckily was selected as part of the pre-war expansion program, and it was to be developed into a heavy bomber station. It reopened on the 12th of March 1937. 1937, a lot of stations opened. That you may find that number 1937 to a pre-war expansion. That number is for those that were closed for care and maintenance, and luckily, you know, they kept with it and opened up. So it was number 50 Squadron that arrived here first with Hawker Hines, and of course the legendary Handley Page Hampden, the cute little fighter bomber. To be honest, it had its own little category, had way more bomb load than the Bristol Blenheim. It was a lot faster. It ended up being like a fighter bomber. I'll talk to you about that in more detail, possibly at Coningsby. 110 Squadron also arrived not too long after that. They were flying the Bristol Blenheim. Waddington had a lot of aircraft, and number 88 Squadron reformed here at Waddington as well, with the Hawker Hind as well. 44 Squadron, a legendary squadron that resonates here a lot, you know. 44 Squadron, there's a lot I can talk to you about 44 Squadron with Kilo Mike, with their markings. But at the time, they were flying the Blenheim before switching over to the Avro Anson and then the Hampden. So there's quite a lot here. There's also nearby RAF Lindholm, not too far as we head north. It is south of Yorkshire, but RAF Lindholm, as we start to go more north into Lincolnshire, some of the Yorkshire stations aren't too far away, but it is in South Yorkshire. Waddington began the Second World War with Hampdens. That's what started off, and it was with 44 Squadron. Don't forget, 1938, the Hampdens operated for the first time at RAF Scampton, another station. That was known as Brattleby, for those that don't know. When it first started out life, it wasn't called Scampton, it was called Brattleby. And the Hampdens were there first with 49. And 44 Squadron and number 50 both starting off here their World War II campaign here with Handley Page Hampdens. The wind is slowly calming down. I'm wondering if I should dare do it. I'm going to give it a go. I might regret this, I might not, who knows. If you don't try, you won't know. So far, so good. So far, so good, he says, but oh well. Let me give it a go. Okay, cool, nice one. Oh, wicked, yeah, like and subscribe. I'll feature that if you're happy. Put your name in it and I'll put it on. It's a great photo. Lovely colour. And I love the red hat with the red arrow. I love it. Great. What's your name? Mark, nice to meet you, Marcus. Have a good one. So I've yeah, do you know what? I haven't actually got a Bristol Blenheim. I may have to get one in my collection. I mean, it was, you know, it's what we had, you know, at the time. It's what the Royal Air Force had. You know, it was powered by Bristol Mercury engines, just short of the 1,000 horsepower that the RAF really, or Bomber Command, really wanted to push. It had a max speed of 266 miles per hour, but its bomb load was around sort of 1,800 pounds or so, or 1,200 pound total. Sorry, 1,200 pounds. Sorry, I was thinking of different numbers in my head there. Yeah, it had a service ceiling of around 27,000 feet, but the Hamden was a little bit more nippier, I think, in my opinion. And I'll just show you the Hamden. For those that don't know what it looks like. But, you know, they both kind of fell into that, you know, underpowered. They both had their, you know, but the design, it was quite nippy. That had a lot of nicknames, like the Flying Tadpole. I mean, look at it from there. That does look like a tadpole, actually. I can see that. And then the Flying Suitcase with its 1 meter wide fuselage. That's very claustrophobic. Looks like we've got, what we got, Cranwell coming in. Yeah, it looks like we've got the Cranwell coming in now. You know, the thing is, you've got to remember, 1,200 pound of payload as opposed to the Hamden's 4,000 pound. That was, you know, that's quite a big difference. So they really like that. Oh, low approach. And try. Yeah, so that was our that was the Hamden. So yeah, so the switch to having something a little bit better, of course, was the Hamden. It wasn't as quick, but it could take a lot more payload. It was powered by 2 Bristol Pegasus, the 1,000 horsepower range, and it had a way better range than the Blenheim at 1,720 miles, whereas the range on the Blenheim was 1,400 or so. So it had a lot more. It had a better range. Just not as fast as in max speed by about 20 miles per hour, but it had a better range, better payload. There wasn't a lot you could ask for, really. But anyway, that's a little bit about the Hamden. But after that, we started to go into another era. So of course, while developing the new bombers that were coming out, it was indeed in November 1940. It was the first station. Waddington was the first to receive the Avro Manchester. Now we speak quite a lot about the Manchester in RAF Coningsby on the streams and what happened to it. In fact, there was a lot that happened to it, bad and very good. They only made 209. It didn't even see the end of the war. It finished up in 1942, and it's the reason why that the Avro Manchester and the Avro Lancaster have the same Air Ministry specification, and it wasn't really to do with Roy Chadwick's design and his men at Avro. It was the fact that it was literally the Rolls-Royce Vulture engines that were just coming into action, and it was and the Manchester there was first given to number 207 Squadron, who today are at RAF Marham. So the Manchester came in. So for those that don't know much about the Manchester, it is a twin engine bomber that looks exactly like, so it's like saying a twin engine Lancaster. So I'll just show you that.
And it was the engines that were really causing the issues. Now, on paper, they were supposed to, both the Rolls-Royce Vulture engines were meant to deliver a really substantial amount of power. As B13, you know, the Air Ministry's specification, you know, that was given was P13, P for Papa, 1336, and that was given to the Avro Manchester. Now, 1760 horsepower, twin engine. It had 6 foot shortened than the Lancaster's wingspan, so 12 foot overall. It looked exactly like this, and when it first came out, this was shortened by about 1.5 meters either side, if I remember correctly, and it had a third tail, a third fin. It looked a bit like a, I don't know, B-17 or Wellington Bombers fin here. So it had 3 and 2 engines. So what we're talking about here, what, just under 90 feet? 90 feet wingspan, there you go. Problems to the engine were the ball bearings, and also the oil used to overheat. The radiators weren't very good. So what does that mean? Well, it means that first it was underpowered. I think it could only punch out about 1300 horsepower, and also it could only the engines would catch fire as the ball bearings would start to heat up. So if you can't cool down your engines, then you are going to have a lot of problems. So, and it certainly couldn't fly with one engine. In fact, if I remember correctly, Air Marshal Harris was quite sick of it because it was killing more men in accidents than combat. So that was turning, sounds like a range over there. So they got rid of it, but Roy Chadwick didn't give up. The Manchester did have a few different marks. It had Mark 1 and Mark 1A. Mark 1A got rid of the third tail fin, the centre tail fin, and he increased the H by about 1.5 meters or so. And then literally it was grounded several times, to a point where some stations would only operate with less squadrons than what they had. So for example, Coningsby's 106 Squadron and 97 Squadron, with 97 Squadron operating the Manchester, when they were grounded, 106 went on their own with Hamden. So what happened? Well, this is what happened. For me, I feel that the Manchester was kind of forced into action. We didn't really have a lot. We had Hamdens that were just literally just flying suitcases, which, however, it did innovate mine laying. But the problem is, I reckon the Manchester was probably put into service by force. We didn't have a lot. We had aging Blenheims. Hamdens weren't really that good enough, really. The Sterling was coming out by then in 1941. You know, the Halifaxes were coming out. You know, it was all a matter of time when things got bigger and better. But Roy Chadwick, what he did, he didn't give up. He knew the design was good, so he increased the wingspan by 6 feet either side, so 102 feet. Got rid of the Rolls-Royce Vulture engines and put 4 new engines in, Rolls-Royce Merlin 20s, and then the rest, pretty much, as you know, is history. There was a few different variants of. They made 7,737 or so. There was a few different variants. I believe the Lancaster Mark II actually had Hercules engines until the switch back to Mark IIIs. But just a little bit more detail. So the first prototype was flying around. It was BT308, okay, and it had a third stabilizer on it. Again, the third fin on it. All right, and after that it was DG595, and that was almost done in 1941, and Christmas Eve of 1941 saw number 44 Squadron operate this for the very, very first time. So how amazing is that? A nice little bit of history with that. I'm just trying to think of the... You might have to help me out here because I forgot. Was it L372? Was that the first? Something like that. Was it L372? LF372? I'm trying to think of the first Lancaster, and I forgot it. I've actually totally forgot the first one. But what I did discover 3 years later, sadly, it was destroyed, and all crew were killed on a mission I think it was Aachen in Germany on a raid. So yeah, I forgot the first production one. I totally lost the serial number there, but never mind. It's one thing trying to remember everything, but I do cover a wide range of history. But that's pretty much the Lancaster arriving here Christmas Eve, and it officially was ready in 1942, and it was going to be the first time that Germany saw this for the very first time. So by March 1942, 97 Squadron had already moved to RAF Woodhall Spa, and the reason why I'm telling you this is because in 1942 in March, the men here were being trained on their new aircraft, all right, the Lancaster, the Avro Lancaster. In fact, the Lancaster was nearly called the Avro Manchester Mark III, by the way. So they were gonna, the men were being trained, and it was on the morning of on the 17th, early hours in the morning, the curtains were opened for the briefing room. All right, this was pure secrecy. They had this in pure, absolute secrecy. They didn't want anyone to know what they were doing until the morning. And the men actually laughed when the curtains were pulled. Those red ribbons, we've all seen the movies, when the red ribbons were pulled of a map of Europe. And they did laugh. You know when you laugh at something and then someone's actually been serious and you think, okay. Yes, the raid was going to be daylight in Germany. Can you believe that? And they were going to use 6 Lancasters from 44 Squadron, so KM, and Oscar Foxtrot marked ones from RAF Woodhall Spa. 6 and 6. Yes, you'll read somewhere that they had 7 each, but that one extra was the reserve. All right, so it was 6 for the raid, and they were flying in 2 lots of Vic each squadron. So 44 Squadron were going to lead the way, and it was going to be led by Squadron Leader John Nettleton. Over at Woodhall Spa, they were going to be led by Squadron Leader John Sherwood. Now, it was quite daring, and it was going to be the first time that World War II Germany were going to encounter the Lancaster. Now, why the raid? Why Augsburg, of all places, the home of Mozart, a bit of an arts sort of city? Now, they'd never seen the Second World War, really, at this time. It hadn't even touched them to go that deep. L7527, thank you very much. That's the one. Thank you. That was the first production one. So why Augsburg? Well, at Augsburg they were making the engines in the Man factory for the U-boats, the German U-boats, which were causing absolute havoc, especially in Battle of Atlantic. Don't forget, we are an island, you know, at the end of the day. His nickname was Bomber Harris, Air Chief Marshal Harris. He was happy, he loved, I'll tell you what, he was biased in a good way. He loved the Lancaster, he really did. You couldn't send a Hamden to do it. You certainly couldn't take a Blenheim. You certainly couldn't take a Manchester. You certainly couldn't take a Stirling. Could you have done it with a Halifax? It did have teething issues at that time, but that's another story for those that know a little bit more. But it was the latest and greatest. Don't forget that the Lancaster was the one. He knew this was perfect. But the thing is, the Germans had never seen a Lancaster. It was going to be their first time. So the point of bombing that station, that factory, was to cause like a bottleneck effect, because this was a main place where they were making engines for the U-boats. So if you can do that, you'll halt it. The Royal Navy can then start to take out a lot of the U-boats and the ships. The Battle of Atlantic was pretty much happening. And the thing is, because we're an island naturally defended, it could also work on the opposite side. We've all heard of castles under siege. We could starve of supplies. That's what Hitler's plan was, and then eventually bomb our RAF airfields, and then
blah 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 for Operation Sea Lion, which was the code name given for potentially invading Britain. Anyway, long story short, and we'll try and shrink that up a little bit. So, well, we got time anyway, but that was the plan, to bomb that man factory where they were making the U-boat engines. So the Lancasters took off here on the 17th. Okay, no problem, leave it with me. I think we may have a cable issue. Leave that with me. If it went a bit funny there, leave that with me. I think the cable has had it. One sec, leave that with me, I'll sort it. Yeah, give me 1 sec. Sorry, I just got a little tech issue with the cable. I think it's had it. Let me just yeah, so I'll just carry on with that. Hopefully it's all right. It might still be out of sync. I just need to reset it a little bit. So yeah, so the first 6 took off from here. Now there was a almost like a spoof raid to assist, because obviously all the defences around France and Belgium, etc., especially around France, they were going to, obviously the German defences that were there were going to literally take note of what was going on. And so what happened was that there was 100 or so Spitfires along with Boston's A-20 Bostons. We're going to do like a pretend, well, they were going to raid some airfields over in France, and the idea behind a sort of diversion raid was to literally sort of divert the main defensive fighters to this fake raid, although it wasn't a fake raid. It was like a diversion spoof raid, a spook raid. And so while the 6 Lancasters of 44 and 6 Lancasters of 97 that were flying, heading to go through France and then work their way to Munich and then turn left, the idea behind that was to get all those German fighters to attack this spook raid. And although the raid went ahead and it was quite successful, they did manage to attack the airfields, because you want to make it, you know, genuine. What happened, it kind of stirred up a hornet's nest. Now they kind of messed with the wrong fighters. Any fighters is a dangerous fighters, and the problem is these fighters were not just usual regular fighters. They were a Jagdgeschwader 2, the JG2. Now they were hardcore squadrons, these German fighters basically, first of all, they were a little bit reluctant. They weren't sure what these were, a little bit sort of edgy with them. But before the 6 could even get into Germany, they actually destroyed 4 of our Lancasters of 44 Squadron. 97 Squadron were about 10 minutes behind, and luckily they weren't spotted. Now, Nettleton's aircraft and Garwell were kind of, you know, they were hit, but they got through and pulled through, luckily. I think that squadron got their 1001st aerial victory. That's how good they were. And I think one of their lead fighters was Osa, and he managed to get his 100th victory as well on that. 2 went through. Now, Nettleton's orders were to head back if it was a failure. But, you know, it's RAF, they had that press on, and he carried on going. Luckily, 97 Squadron in their 2 Vic formations were completely untouched. They didn't even know what was going on, and luckily they weren't seen. So the aircraft, the 2 remaining 44 Squadron were heading for Munich, and they all thought, it's Munich, they're going to bomb Munich, but they didn't. They switched and headed northwest, headed for Augsburg. They were caught off guard because they weren't expecting British bombers, RAF bombers, to attack in daylight, and they were wrong. So the Nettleton went through and managed to drop his bombs on the factory. Garwell was sadly shot down. The next lot, the thing is, 97 Squadron, when they were coming through to the south, Sherwood's group, 6 Lancasters, they managed to slip unseen. Now, the problem is, in Augsburg, they were ready for them. You know, they were ready. And the thing is, the problem there is that Squadron leader John Sherwood, as he was coming through, he was shot down and his aircraft went straight down and it exploded. And miraculously, and I say miraculously, on impact he was catapulted out of the cockpit. And they already wrote a letter to his wife to say that, you know, sadly he died in combat. But she didn't believe them, and she was right. He managed to escape. He had a few broken, I think his legs were broken on that, but he managed to survive. The other 5 aircraft managed to get through. Another one was shot down. And so that's 7 Lancasters that were lost out of the 12. So only 5 came back. 1 of 44 Squadron and 4 of 97 Squadron. And John Nettleton, Squadron leader John Nettleton, was awarded the Victoria Cross for his bravery to lead the way and to carry on. And it wasn't a defeat, if you look at it in another way, because at the end of the day, they proved that they can do it, you know. But it just goes to show that even with Lancasters, it still wasn't possible, and that was the thought, that they could do it. So only 12 of the 17 bombs struck the tool shop that detonated. It wasn't the best outcome in the world. It was a 29% failure rate to somewhat as well. 58% losses as well with that. So 7 aircraft sadly were shot down and 5 made it back. Nettleton's B. Baker, KM B. Baker, actually didn't land here and landed near Blackpool as well, because his navigation systems were badly damaged as well. Garwell did survive along with 3 others as well. Of the 85 crewmen who had set out that afternoon, 49 in total were listed as missing. And that's just one raid. But it gave them hope, it gave them a chance to understand that, you know, it could be done. So there we go, that's the Augsburg raid, 17th of March 1942. So many squadrons that were here, along with number 9. 97 also were here as well.
number 9 Squadron, 142 Squadron. Of course, as we mentioned, 207 Squadron were here during the time. 420 Squadron of the Royal Canadian Air Force actually formed here on the 19th of December 1941. 463 of the Royal Australian Air Force also formed here on the 25th of November 1943. 467 Squadron, Royal Australian Air Force, were also present here until they had a spell at Metheringham. And of course the 617 Dambusters, they were also present here a little bit after the war though. It was on the 17th of June 1945 right up until 19th of January 1946. They moved to Pakistan at RAF Digri. A lot of the Australian air crew, they returned in May 1975 of their former Australian air crew, returned to base. Also, RAF Waddington played a major part, of course, in the Cold War with their Vulcans. Number 83 Squadron being the first to receive the Vulcan in May 1957. So it's had 3 Avro aircraft, hasn't it, of the first. It had the Avro Manchester, had the Avro Lancaster, and in 1957 received the very first Avro Vulcan. I know, look at it. Amazing. And the Vulcan continued here until 1984, and the last of the Vulcan, with number 50, disbanded. There was a, you know, this is one of the 3 V-Force aircraft, the Vulcan, Valiant and the Victor. They all played a major part, and they took part in the Vulcans from here took part in the Black Buck raid during the Falklands. Operation Black Buck, a code name for the raids. Saw 3 aircraft and the crews of Waddington take part in the longest long-range bombing raid at that time, of course, to raid the airfield at Port Stanley. The idea was to take out the airfield so that the Argentine wouldn't have the advantage. And it was 3 Vulcan B2s of 44, 50 and 101 Squadron. They actually took off, went to Ascension Island, which is where they were going to be operated from, and with the help, on each raid, by the way, with the help of 13 Victors to help refuel each other and to refuel this 6 times just to get it to the Falkland Islands and back, is an absolute tribute to, you know, just the human mind to try and do that. And it was the first raid that was successful. It nearly wasn't, because they had to use the reserve. The reserve, luckily they always have an air spare or a reserve, and the lead flight went tech. I think it had an air leak in the cockpit, so it wouldn't be able to pressurize, so they had to do that. Pretty amazing. But anyway, that's the story with the Vulcan that was here, and that was until 1984. And when we started to get into the 90s, 1991, we saw 8 Squadron move here with the E3 Sentries. Now the E3 Sentries, I don't have a model of this, that played a major part here as well. And they were equipped with the AWACS Boeing E3 Sentries. Now it was also home to XH558 for a little bit here, by the way, the Vulcan here. Also, we had the Raytheon Sentinel R1s as well, number 5. They were also here. And the E3 Sentry retired in 2021, just when I started filming actually. And it was number 8 Squadron who were here. They relocated to Lossiemouth, and they'll be operating the Wedgetail, the E7. 2022 in August, we saw the MQ-9A Reaper, the RPAS system, the remote piloted air system. That was here. And 2022, we saw the Red Arrows arrive here, leaving their previous home, Skempton. And 31 Squadron reformed at Waddington in October 2023 to operate the General Atomics MQ-9B, the Protector RG-1. So that's pretty much it. Goodness me, that wind is awful, isn't it? thing out that I missed out, of course, is the don't forget we've also got the rivet joint here as well. That's also here, and the Beechcraft Shadow, which we've seen fly as well. The first rivet joint was delivered in 2013, followed by 2 more in 2017 as well. Flown by 51 the rivet joint, flown by 2 squadrons. We've also got the 51 Squadron, which we mentioned, and 54 Squadron, that's the OCU. And 54 Squadron also operate the Shadow R1 as well. And that flies also with 14 Squadron operationally. And it was in 2011 that 5 AC Squadron Shadow flight became 14 Squadron after restructuring under the 2010 Strategic Defence and Security Review and operating the Shadows. In fact, I think the Shadow actually came here in 2009. That was operated by 5 Squadron. There you go. That makes sense.
Oh yeah! Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and oh yeah! Take it away, Ted.
Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.
Oh yeah! Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and oh yeah! Take it away, Ted.
Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.
Hopefully we're back. All is good. trying to do some simple tasks here. It's just impossible. Right, Guards Marches time. Just a big thank you to all our viewers for the support. Good morning everyone, thanks for your 18 months membership, Guards March. Jay Moore as well with 13 months membership, beautiful red arrows, thank you very much. Babsar, high five and a Guards March. Goodness, hang on a minute Ted, let me just move. Yeah, no flag, no way. Ted nearly took off. Babs, high five and a paw pump, thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships, Babs, thank you so much, Guards March to you. Also, Steve Sedman, wow, 38 months membership. Can't think of a stream I've missed, love it. Steve, you've been a very, very long standing member. Thank you very much, 38 months. Wow. Georgia Jarvis, high five. Welcome, poor Ted. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron Guards March. Thank you so much. Margot, great capture, Ted, the red arrows. Thank you very much. Rosa Libby, high five, Guards March. Oh, Ted, let me just pop that there, mate. Maybe we could do something. Rosa Libby, high five and a Guards March. Guards March to Rosa Libby, thank you for joining us. Jill IP, member for 13 months, always lovely to see the Reds, thank you Nikos and Ted. Heather Holloway, 18 months membership, oi oi, where's the time gone? Fred Bernals, 34 months, wow, nice. Best military channel out there, oi oi, thanks a lot Fred. Neil Osborne with 34 months as well. Thank you for keeping the streams alive, thank you very much. Alan Q, thanks for the super. Dawn Mitchell, thank you so much for your super chat, a Guards March. Rod Moyes, 15 months, oi oi, from San Diego, love your work mate, thank you very much. Gardja Vanch, member for 19 months, Merry Christmas to you all, hope the big man brings you lots of TED related gifts, thank you very much. And Cox as well, hello everyone, hope all is well. Nicholas and Ted, great streaming today, love this, thanks a lot. And Guards March. And Debbie Solkin with 7 months, thank you all for having me. Wow, 7 months, that's gone quick. It's been a joy with you lovely lot. And to Ted and Nikos, have a lovely, I have loved it, I've loved every minute. Thank you very much, Guards March. Right, let's have a little nose at what's going on down there now. Okay, so as soon as we see the canopies up, I'm going to go and grab a cup of tea. It's absolutely awful out there, it really is. Brian Acosta, just seen that, thank you very much as well. Williams, M7 Mark, how you doing? Martin Hamlin, thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I've just seen that, Gary Devanch. That's it, Gary, it's the way it's written on here. I've only just read that. But yeah, I can see it now. But in my defence, the hyphen is after the DE. Yeah. Sorry about that. Gaz Russell, oi oi. how you doing as well? And canopy's just opening up now. There we go. Is that like a seagull of some description? Just sat there, look at it. So the next sortie coming up.
having a quick cup of tea. Just stuff sorted. What we got then? Something geekier now. Right, let's have a little look here. So canopies are up, so looks good. What we got here now? Cup of tea there. Right, so goodness me, the wind the wind hasn't gone, it's still here. Thanks, Steve. Steve just subscribed. Great stream from Johnny and Steve. How you doing, Dieter? Hope you're all good. Right, so we're just getting ready for another sortie. They do park up millimetre precision in numerical order as well. Everything about the Red Arrows is precision, and it looks like we've got another sortie coming up. I've got my work cut out in this, but there we go, never mind.
was the Beechcraft Shadow R1. Sounds like another 6. Here we go. I'll just pop that on. Hope we're all good and well. So that was the Shadow R1. Which, of course, as you know, we like to highlight the engine on that, the wonderful Pratt & Whitney PT6. It is an amazing engine. You'll be quite fascinated for those that know about the Pratt & Whitney's engine. I did finally draw the EJ200. I posted that yesterday on socials. Oh yes. So Red Arrows are ready to go for their second sortie of the day. Sounds like we've got all 6 again. Like I said, woohoo! Yeah, listen to that! Can you hear that bass? Nice touch and go. So it's also flown by 54 Squadron, an operational conversion unit of ISTAR. Big shout out to the ground crew and engineers of the Red Arrows. Nothing would fly without them. Hawk T1A all on startup, and a big shout out to the ground crew, the Blues, their technicians and crew as well, the support team, all the hard work, the personnel keeping the Red Arrows flying. And it is all teamwork at the end of the day. I mean, look at the Typhoon display team for one, you know, all that amount of work going in for an 8-minute display. Here we got a 22-minute display. the dedication, professionalism of the support staff on the ground, and this produces the results from sheer hard work, motivation, and they wouldn't function without them. They've got 120 engineering technicians and other support staff. They've also got public relations manager, the mission support, chief of staff, mission support flight commander, and the 120 engineer technicians, known as the Blues, because they wear the distinctive blue. Here we go. The circus, the engineering technicians, and one photographer are known as the circus. Each member is allocated to a specific pilot. So circus 5 will be with Red 5, circus 6 will be with Red 6, and so on. Big shout out to the circus team. Circus 1 is Flight Lieutenant Greg Harley. Circus 2 is Corporal Dale Smith. Circus 3 Air Specialist Class 1 Technician Joe Burnett. Circus 4 Corporal Daniel Wilson. Circus 5 Corporal Matthew Harris. Circus 6 is Corporal Luke Smales. Circus 7 Corporal Josh Wallace. Circus 8 Corporal Scott Bamford. Circus 9 Sergeant Colin McDonald. And Circus 10 is Air Specialist Class 1 Ewan Lewis. Also, there is a Circus 11 Squadron Leader Andy King. Not forgetting the mechanical technicians, avionics, weapons, logistics, MT, mechanical transport, survival, photographers, engineering support flight, and the die team. It's time to click the like, and do make sure you are subscribed to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. I'm going to do a Ted cam shot on this. I wonder if this is going to work. Let's have a look. So we got Hanna, named after Ray Hanna, 4-ship. This looks good. You get the Hanna split. I love the brake that they do on the brake. Look at this. Where else are you going to get training every week of the Reds? Yep, with the Ted Coningsby channel. What a shot.
speeding away. Our second sortie of the day of training. Let's have a quick look, because you never know. You may even get the synchro pair out later as well. You just never know what they got planned for the day as far as training is concerned. Oh, hello. Hello there. awesome. So we've got the Hanna formation, a 4-ship, which includes a split. We may even get the boomerang. This is going to be pretty cool. So that will include the synchro pair 6-7, and there's also 5, I think, that was in there. 6, 7 and 5. I'm not that 100%, but I'm going to go with it. I could be right. 6, 7 and 5 in this, if I remember correctly. And this is quite an exciting part of the Red Arrow sequence. This would be part of the second half. When they go into that adrenaline pumped, they switch from all that real tight disciplined formation to this. Hanna brake, Hanna pass. So no roller coaster or boomerang or anything like that. And 9. So is that 8, 9, 6 and 7? So what we got then, 6, 7, 8 and 9 is probably what we've got. line as well. Here we go. This is just amazing, and I'll tell you what, it does smell good down here. Oh dear. So the if you haven't done so already, smoke on go on the like button, come on. Yes, ladies, gents, teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel, bringing you Red Arrows training every week, almost every week, where possible. I've lost them. Oh, here we go, up there. Second, because what you heard just fall off was the radio. Hang on. Something had to go today.
Back on to outbound 15 if that happens.
There we go.
Can you leave it? That's the roll before Hanna.
Yeah, it's all good, isn't it? Looking good, isn't it? Yeah, brilliant. Let's be that win. I'm proud to say that our footage is being used for the training for the Red Arrows to give them a different perspective. So I'm proud to say that they are probably watching it right now. So hello, oi oi to the Red Arrows. How you all doing? Hope you're good. I know if it helps, it helps. You know, it does. It's there as well for training. It's if it helps, it helps. You know. Here we go. If she's tuned in, one of the things I do need to do is to my mum has never seen the Red Arrows, so I need to get her to see them for once. So mum, if you're watching, I'm gonna have to take you here with Tony to come and see the Reds. Here we go, same again, and a brake, and a pass. Sequence of this training sortie. We've got a lovely to see a bit of smoke. I think I saw a bit of red and a bit of blue there. So they're going to get into battle formation of course with just before. Well, that was a superb sortie there. So that's the Hanna, so that's 6, 7, 8 and 9. So you've got the synchro pair and 8 and 9. So there you go, I'm learning as well. So would that mean, for me, as I'm new, so that would mean Enid is 1, 2, 5 then? I'm going to guess, going with that. Do us proud, right? And didn't they do themselves proud? That was absolutely amazing. Enjoyed that, ladies, gentle teddy bears. Typhoon Tristan. Actually, I was thinking the same thing. It did look like that did look like the thumbnail there for a minute. You're absolutely right. Good, ladies, gentle teddy bears. That was brilliant. Yeah, actually did look like the thumbnail. You're absolutely right. I think the thumbnail's got 7, but nevertheless, it did remind me of it. So the Reds are just taxiing back after that. I don't know if we'll get another sortie in before the car park closes, but we can always stay put and see what. Whoa. Ted's hat sadly has had to come off. It's really bad out there. There we go. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Gary Devanch, I'm going to replay yours. Guards March, thank you for your 19 months membership. Who's put Merry Christmas to you all. Hope the big man brings you lots of Ted related gifts. Brian Acosta, thank you very much as well. Guards March, thank you very much. And Charlie Pete, who got me a super breakfast. Guards March, thank you very much. Alcove Electronics Workshop, high five. Thanks for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. A Guards March there. Ginger Bailey, thank you very much for the super sticker. Guards March. Gary Mathers, for 26 months. Who's part of our fighter squadron. Guards March to you. Oi, oi. And good afternoon, Ted. Nicholas TCS. There's nothing better than a bit of the Red Arrows action on a cold, windy afternoon on my favourite military aviation channel. Thanks, Nicholas, for everything you do. Thank you very much for that. Just waiting the Reds to taxi back for some nice shots. Ted's all bundled up in his scarf. It is hasn't been the nicest up here, I'll tell you that. We're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Welcome to the show. Simon, Marchorn, Dieter, Davey, Aspen, what up? Stephen Norris, Perez. Thanks a lot for that. Yep, okay. Bit of homework there for me complete. Ellie J Approach, Typhoon Tristan, Paul Mayers, Alex Blackcat, Baby, Aspen, what up? Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the show. Ladies, gents, and teddy bears, welcome to the show. And there's a goodness me, this is, oh my word, I don't know if you can hear that. So back in as we go back in time, that yellow, look at that, that yellow has reminded me of the Yellow Jacks, an aerobatic display team who flew the Fallen Nat trainers, and they were indeed painted yellow. There was lots of yellow from World War II, I believe, as prototype aircraft for their protection, such as the Mosquito, when it was in prototypes been made, was actually painted yellow. There is an example in a museum, I can't remember if it's Duxford or the de Havilland Museum, but one of them's got a yellow Mosquito, and that was the case. And the Yellow Jacks team formed in May 1964. Flying instructors team led by Flight Lieutenant Lee Jones,
at RAF Valley. They were part of number 4 Flying Training School. The 2-seater Nat T1 had been in service at Valley only since November of '62, so hadn't been around that much. But when the first 20 student pilots were selected being awarded their wings, recently graduated from 82 entry of RAF College Canberra, they started their AFT, the Advanced Flying Training, on the net. And instructors and students, a lot of the feedback was that they did love this aircraft, and it's believed that the call sign of Lee Jones was Yellow Jack, so that was adopted. And when in 1964 everything was been amalgamated, so from the Red Pelicans, the Black Arrows, and the Black Arrows teams, and the Red Pelicans and the Yellow Jacks, the RAF decided to have one premier exclusive team. The Yellow Arrows? Well, they were actually yellow at first. The Red Arrows, technically, for a few seconds, were yellow. Now, the point of this was flying the Follow Net. It was a lovely little aircraft, and the idea to paint it red was that yellow doesn't really look good in grey skies. Okay, let's put that to the test. Here's our red one. So they decided to have one premier team, the Red Arrows, 1964, at Little Rissington. So they painted the Yellow Jacks red. Here we go. So they used this for their display team. They named them the Red Arrows, and the Flight Lieutenant Lee Jones, this may need a bit of paintwork, Lee Jones was the leader, and there was 7, there wasn't 9. 9 didn't happen until mid-1966, and they did this due to their popularity. But there it is, the Follow Net, an advanced flying trainer. But enter in 1974, not with the Red Arrows though, but entering service was BAE Systems Hawk T Mark 1. Now, the BAE Systems Hawk was a very good trainer, excellent and advanced for its time, and 5 years later the Red Arrows decided to adopt it and transition from this to this. The Hawk T1, or at least in this case the T1A. Now, they did make some changes to it. They had some modifications done to it. Now, just first of all, it is a jet trainer used in advanced flying training to train the latest and greatest men and women to become frontline fast jet pilots. And the point is a 2-seater, so the student will sit at the front, the qualified flying instructor at the back. Okay, it's got amazing wings. The wings are, as they say, they're very forgiving. Look at the shape of it. It's the shape of that and the design, the wing shields and Toblerones as it got there, creating beautiful amount of lift. It's got a lot of forgiving lift, especially if you're new to advanced flying training. It can lift up and get a service ceiling of 40,000 feet. Okay, and these Toblerones as well that have been added, I've added them, they create enough lift, but it also kind of informs the pilot when they got too much lift, because sometimes you can have too much, so it creates a buffer at that point to inform the pilot that they've got maximum amount of lift or not enough of it. So it's quite a, it's a very excellent training aircraft. It's a single jet engine. You've got the 2 inlets here. Now, how do we make this a Red Arrow aircraft? Well, first of all, modification number 1 is the Ferrari cherry red paint, right? Okay. Right, standard, it's powered by a Rolls-Royce Ardeur Mark 151 engine, around just over 5,000 pounds of thrust. However, the Red Arrows have asked the Rolls-Royce team to tune it up to their standards and their requirements, so I'm guessing it's a lot more responsive. It's for what they're using it for. It needs to be responsive, able to accelerate quickly and decelerate as well. So there's modification number 2. The engine has had a modification. Now, underneath, the Hawk T1A can be armed in the centre with a 30mm Aiden cannon. Now, the reason why they use the T1A is because of that, so that they can add this smoke pod. Now, the smoke pod inside would have dye inside. Now, first of all, to fill it up with the dye or special mixture of diesel and the dye itself, the cap opens up, and you'll see, if you are fortunate enough to get this close where the cap opens, there are 3 portholes which are connected with pipes and a jerry can. Yes, a jerry can. There's nothing fancy. There's no special instruments to even let the ground crew know, the dye team know that they filled it up. You what? Yes, that's correct. Because modern houses, they're quite hollow. Older houses, doo, 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 doo. And that's exactly what they do. They listen to see if it's filled. Yes, you've heard me right. So you've got the center section of clear, you've got the dye, which is predominantly basically diesel. You've got red dye here, the smoke pod here with red, and then you've got blue at the back, I think it is. You've got about 1 minute of blue, 1 minute of red, 5 minutes of the white smoke. Now let's just pop this pod back on. So how does it make that smoke? Right, at the back, where we don't normally see, where all the efflux is going on, where the thrust comes out, you've got these smoke pipes, okay? Now the pilot can select what colour smoke. Now, there are 3 pipes. Now I thought that each pipe did a different colour. That's wrong. All 3 pipes produce the same colour smoke on demand. So if the pilot wanted red, all 3 pipes will pop out red. It doesn't do an individual one. So as the smoke comes out, the way it comes out as smoke, it actually, the mixed in dye with the diesel, with the efflux and that heat, there's about 400 to 600 degrees. Well, it's basically evaporating, leaving you smoke. But how do you get a thicker, more plumpier plume of smoke? Well, you'll hear either the synchro leader or red 1 asking for the air brakes to open, air brakes out, and what that does, it creates like a vortex or turbulence, and it makes a more thicker plume of smoke. So there's our last modification for you. I mean, it's such a cool little jet. I mean, about 638 miles per hour. It can go from literally on brakes release to 400 miles per hour in under 2 minutes. That's not bad. Fair play to it. Right, cup of tea time.
doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're live here at Waddington for the Red Arrows training. And just dropping past is someone that is stationed here, is Red Ted. Red Ted, how are you, mate? You alright? Did you enjoy it? You did. That's good. Were you up flying? You're flying later, are you? Yeah. Oh, okay, that's good. That's very good. You've been on the team for quite a while now, haven't you? Yeah, that's pretty good, man. That's good. Very good, mate. Yeah, that's all good. Yeah, hello, you there? Yes, you. How are you? Ah, very good. Yes, been flying very well today. Dogs away. Yes. My name's Wingy. Yes. Used to be a wing commander, you know. Yes. Wing commander John Marmaduke Wing. And my friends call me Wingy. Yes. Joanna, pass me my monocle. Yes. How you doing there, Wingy? You alright? Yes, I'm very well, thank you. How are you? Yeah, I'm alright. Just been working with the Reds today, working with the Blues, their technicians. Ah, yes, very good. That's very good. Yes, very proud of you. Well done. Oh, that's very nice of you. Thank you very much. Goodness me. You've been working out or something? Working out? I'm always out. What do you mean? Hey, got a bit of strength there. What do you mean? What are you saying? Us mature people, us mature bears, don't have the power. I used to fly a Spitfire, you know. I had all the power I need. You know what I mean? Yes. I wouldn't ever doubt you, Wingy. You're a good man. You're a very good bear. Yes. Goodbye. Chocks away. Oh, actually, give us a push. Thank you. Hero there. He's a funny guy. My name's Ground Crew Drew. How are we all doing? Just been working with the technicians today. Just working on the Hawk T1s. The Red Arrows, just been all good. Yeah, how you all doing? Don't forget, these pilots in transition back, shall I say. They go back to almost like analog. Don't forget, a little bit of a shock to the system. There's no fancy stuff going on in there, just good old machine. Do you know what I mean? Right, let's have a look what we got here. We've got one canopy up. Don't know if they're doing any work on that. We can always hope for another sortie before the car park closes. Thanks a lot, 3 Orion 33 Lilo Doublefly. How you doing? Jan Clark, how you doing? Reggie, yeah, he's still eating his chuckin. Yeah, he's still going. So, don't forget the car park does close, and sometimes we may need to depart before they close the gates. And we could get lucky, we could get another sortie before the car park closes, but we'll see. Usually around 1500, which works well for me. That's my normal finishing time. AD Causa, how you doing? Hope you're good. Paul Mayers, Denzel Hughes, oi oi. Alex Black Cat, Northern Ireland, Mr. D.
Denzel, yes, it was part of the old airfield, the car park. Correct. And in fact, here we are on the old airfield as well, and I'll give you a little tour around in just a moment. In fact, 2729 Regiment were actually doing a few things behind me. A regiment that was formed due to the fact that they brought back captured Swiss Skyguard Oerlikon radar that was captured during the Falklands War, and it's situated just behind me. You've got the hard stands here that you can see, which I will show you those. And the other thing to note is that this squadron, 2729, City of Lincoln Squadron, Royal Auxiliary Air Force Regiment, was actually formed for this specific purpose, an auxiliary role that was formed for that. And it was, you can find the Oerlikon 35mm anti-aircraft gun that was captured at the Waddington Regiment Heritage Centre, which is pretty amazing, really. And for those that don't know, 2729 was a short-range air defence squadron, and it was manned by the auxiliary regiment personnel, and they were equipped with the very captured Swiss-manufactured Skyguard radars and Oerlikon guns that were captured during the Falklands campaign of '82. It was brought back here, right here, and I'm going to show you it now, back to the UK, and in 1984, refurbished by B-Mark at Foldingworth, Lincolnshire, and the Oerlikon is a 35mm twin cannon that was used by the Argentines. It's a towed anti-aircraft gun made by Oerlikon Contraves, renamed to Rheinmetall Air Defence AG, following its merge. And the gun, the twin gun auto cannon, were originally designed as 353 Mark, and they were designated KD series. Had ammunition containers on each side. Each container can hold 56 rounds. The ammunition reloaded in 7-round clips as well. Sightings, twin barrel. I mean, it had all this, and all this was going on back here, over here where the fire and rescue is. And that's probably why you can hear the guns being fired over here. They probably got a range over here. So this is it. Over here, this is where it all happens in here. This is where they brought back the Oerlikon and the Skyguard, right here. How awesome is that to know that? And this car park is and was part of the old airfield. And you can see the pancakes here, as I call them, the hard stands. There's one there and one there, and there's probably one there by the look of it. Please don't go onto this land and other land around, because this is private land. You can't view aircraft from here. It's complete no. Speaking of rules as well, housekeeping, please don't damage the fence. Rest your ladders on the fence, cut the fence, and when you are crossing the road, do be careful. Again, over there, they do have crash gates. Please don't block the crash gates, not even with your ladders. There is a red and white fence. Please don't stand there. Remember, red and white, be outside. You can keep to the left or right of it, and there are days that they have patrols here where they do not want anyone by the God, I forgot the word. By the bushes. No, that's not the right one. By the hedges. Basically, no viewing other than in here. All right. There are certain days that they do that. All right. So bear that in mind. Just please be mindful of what you're doing and where you're going. Just stay here. It's a safe place, and there are reasons why they choose a specific location for a viewing area. So be mindful. Report anything that you think is suspicious or believed to be, and if it is an emergency, then by all means call 999. Anyone that you spot trying to attempt to fly a drone, let's look after the men and women that we appreciate what they do. All right, is what I'm saying. There are notices and boards regarding drone flying, like to report it as well. And sadly we live in that day and age where you get people just being, well, yeah, there are words, but sometimes are a bit too colourful for the show, right? But you know what I mean. So be mindful, look after the place. There are bins here, you know, with the Wave car park and the crew at the burger van, bless them, Emma, John, Bex. Bex is here today, she's working there today, helping out. So a big shout to them, keeping us fed with breakfast, brunch and lunch. They do nice burgers as well. Actually, breakfast I had the egg and bacon, courtesy of Pete Chorley. I know I say it like it's his surname, bless him, but that's his handle, and I just can't stop calling him that. He knows we're all right. So yeah, like, with Coningsby, that is part of the old airfield. So the car park opens around 9 o'clock, 0900, and closes around 1500. Although, you know, it's just one of those things. You know, they do have things to do. Bless them. We're lucky that we've got this. And in fact, it's good that it is kind of manned, open and closing, because it can be susceptible to damage and, you know, that kind of thing. You know. But here we go. I'm a fan in Oz, thank you very much. Christopher Neal, oi oi to you, hope you're good. Fat Cat, how's it going? Oi oi to you. So the runway here at Waddington, it's almost a north-south orientated runway. It's 02 and 20. I think Scampton was quite sharp like that. It had, was it 04 and 22? Not as sharp as this, but that had 04 and 22. This one is a lot more north-south orientated. Just goes to show, before they select runways, they do a kind of like a graph to see which, you know, every part of Britain has different, even in the same county, you can have sort of a different wind pattern. And obviously it was decided that 02 and 20 were the perfect, or at least the right, correct sort of runway. It's amazing, isn't it, how wind differs. A lot of runways are east-west aligned, but a lot of them, you know, Lakenheath 0523, Marham 0523, Coningsby 07 and 25, Bryce same again 0725. You've got quite a lot, but that said, it's not always the case, because here Scampton had 0422, here 0220. Cranwell has even got 0119, so does RAF Marham as well. But what they used to do, they used to have a graph to see where the mean amount of direction of wind is coming from. They wouldn't just pick a random, go, yeah, this will do. It is aligned to. The last thing you need is a lot of crosswind. That's what you try to avoid. Hence the Class A World War II configured runways to have 6 directions of travel. Although that did phase out in the end. But the likes of Cranwell, Marham, Lossiemouth, they have 2 runway strips. Valley, not forgetting RAF Valley as well. Leeming used to. I have to be careful how I word it because I think helicopters can use the sort of non-used runway now. I know it doesn't sound very... again, Leeming, another one that's north-south almost orientated. Very north-south actually, that one. That one's probably our steepest one, is it? But that said, it does have almost like a east-west runway, smaller strip for helicopters, if I remember correctly. Leeming's runway is very, very steep, isn't it? That's almost full-on north-south orientated. I think that's... I'm just trying to think. Is that our most north? I suppose you got 0, 1 and 1, 9 actually. That would be the best. That would be almost directly north-south, isn't it? But anyway, that's another topic really. Shadow there, the R1. So when we are at RAF Coningsby, don't forget 41 Squadrons HQ of the Air and Warfare HQ is actually here. And just to give you an idea of the mix of squadrons that are actually based here. So first of all, we've got 13 Squadron, and 13 Squadron, I'll give you a little brief history. And again, another station that pops up quite a lot is Gosport, because 13 Squadron formed at Gosport. Now they pioneered formation bombing, including a 9 aircraft raid on Achier-le-Grand. But
They did disband in 1919. They reformed in 1924 with the Bristol F-2B fighter with the Army Corporation Squadron, and also flown the Bristol Blenheim during the Second World War as well. Also the Douglas Boston. And in 1990, they stood up as a Tornado GR1 reconnaissance unit at Waddington, moving to RAF Marham in 1994, and they disbanded in 2011. Now, a year later, they reformed here as the first UK-based Reaper RPAS squadron. RPAS stands for Remote Piloted Air System. So there you go, they went from Tornado to the Reaper. Amazing. Next up, we've got 14 Squadron. Now, 14 Squadron, they fly this aircraft today, and they formed at Shoreham. And in 1940, based at Port Sudan for operations in Africa. In 1991, they took part in Operation Granby and reformed with the Shadow R1 that you can see on the screens in 2006. The latest and greatest of technology, the Protector, is flown by 31 Squadron. They're based here. They formed at Farnborough, and in 1942 they flew the Dakota in Burma for early 1942, supporting the 14th, the Forgotten Army. Disbanded 5 years after that. In 1948 they reformed at RAF Hendon, its first home base, operating the Anson 14, and then the Devon C1. They also flew the GR1 Tornado, upgraded to the GR4 in 1999. They disbanded with the retirement in 2019 of the Tornado, but came back 4 years later, 2023, as late as October of that year, reformed to operate and to become the first to operate the Protector RG1. We've also got 51 Squadron who fly the Rivet joint. 51 Squadron formed at Thetford in 1916. They did take part in Operation Ellamy. They received the RC135W Rivet joint in 2013. The Goose, what's all that about? It's to do with their the Anson in it's Latin for goose, sounds like Anson. Play on words, they kept the goose as their creature of choice. 54 Squadron is the operational conversion unit for ISTAR. That's intelligence, surveillance, target acquisition and reconnaissance. Now, the two aircraft that do that is the RC135 Rivet joint and the Shadow R1. They actually formed at Castle Bromwich in 1916. In 1948, they flew the first ever crossing of the Atlantic by a jet aircraft in de Havilland Vampires, and they stood up as an ISTAR OCU at Waddington in 2005. We've also got 56 Test and Evaluation Squadron as well. 56 Test and Evaluation Squadron formed at Gosport 1916. First squadron to fly the Royal Aircraft Factory SE-5A in 1917. They also flew the Hawker Typhoon in 41. And in 1963 they were Fighter Command's official demonstration team flying aerobatics with the Lightning Mark 1A interceptors, as we mentioned earlier today. And the Firebirds, of course, Quid si coelum ruat, what if the heavens fall? There we go. So that's them. 56, as we mentioned before, nice to have them. 92 Squadron, our next squadron, who formed with their motto, either fight or die. That's to the point. I like that. That's to the point. 92. They actually formed in 1917 at London Colney. They were a They were a scout fighter squadron. They were once at RAF Brodie in 1992 and 94, and then 2009 they reformed as a training and tactics element of the Air Warfare Centre at RAF Waddington. Here we are. Next up, we've got a lot of Royal Auxiliary Air Forces. So 616, we got 7006, 7010, 7630. All right, now to give you an idea of pretty much what they do,
They provide from expansion of ISTAR and combat air support. For example, 616, they fundamentally different to the other general service squadron model. What it does, it recruits, and it only recruits ex-regular personnel to provide immediate employment in capability areas of high demand and short supply. So they deal with the recruitment side. So 7006 Royal Auxiliary Air Force, for example, they're one of 3 reserve units here providing intelligence support to regular RAF. So they are, you know, a very important element of the family. Now 7010, they are they serve and provide intelligence support at RAF Whitton, and the squadron provides imagery analysts to support the RAF intelligence community. So it all makes up together. 7613 Royal Auxiliary Squadron as well. Their personnel are largely recruited from ex-regular intelligence officers and long-serving reservists. And what they do, they maintain a niche resource of subject matter experts. They generally work individually at HQs and stations. They can be deployed worldwide on exercises and have done so since 1958. Now 2503, they're a Royal Auxiliary Air Force regiment. Now they're responsible for providing the on-base security force, and they deter, they detect, neutralise threats to RAF assets. So when Reggie goes round and doing his perimeter checks, they're checking for and detecting, and if there is a detecting of a threat, they'll neutralise it. Simple as. Their motto: freedom of the skies and of the land. Libertas Polarium et Agrarium. I probably said that wrong, but they formed in 1979 at Scampton, and they provided the ground defence force for the Vulcan force. For your info. Also, let's not forget 5 RAF Police and Security Squadron ISTAR. We've got 2 ISR Squadron, 3 ISR Squadron, ISR Support Squadron, and 71 Inspection and Repair Squadron. Can't forget that either. And they are a part of number 42 Expeditionary Support Force, and they aim to deliver engineering and manufacturing to repair any damaged structures on fixed wing military aircraft. We've also got the Air Battle Space Training Centre, RAF Waddington's voluntary band, 54 signals unit, the Defence Warning and Reporting Flight, the Mobile Meteorological Unit. We've also got Joint Electronic Warfare. Hey man, how you doing? Operational support. Of course, we've got the Red Arrows here. Digital support flight as well. Air and Space Warfare Centre, Intelligence Reserves Wing, 1 ISR Wing, number 2 Police and Security Wing, and if you didn't know, this is also home to the Display Wing. Now, I know what you're going to say. You're going to say, hang on a minute, you missed a few display teams, and I'll explain. Because the Display Wing is part of number 1 group, they include the Red Arrows, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, the Typhoon Display Team, and the Falcons. Have I missed 2? Yes. The Tutor Display Team and the Chinook is run by a different group. Okay, so it's only under number 1 group to generate, command and control the RAF display assets. And because the Tutor and the Chinook display teams, they fall under a different group, so it's not under the display wing. There you go. You learned something. Colin, how are you?
Alright.
You're up, man?
Yeah. That's not good.
Ooh, from what? could hear it.
Let's see what's going on here. I thought I heard a starter.
A singleton, that'll do. Exactly, you may have heard me in the background say, just see what happens. Here we go. This is what's happening, a singleton. Sounds like they're still using that Orlican. Just the one. The call sign's red 10. So that might be off somewhere to do some red Ted training. Oh dear. So that'll just be doing some circuits or some PDs, but we'll see. It is red 10. It's not one of the Aerobatics 1 to 9. But here he comes now. Isn't it? This way, it's gone right in the sun for a minute. low sun now, heading down there. Is off somewhere. Patiently for hopefully another sortie. Nothing yet. No canopies up just yet, but hey, it's still early. So we'll see what they'll do in about half an hour. We'll see how this goes. For the support today. We're almost at 1,000 likes, so we've 2 more shows as well to go tomorrow, and actually I'm in 2 minds about tomorrow, so you'll find out later when I get back home. You'll find out where we're going to be tomorrow. I'll give it a shot. I might try something. I might go for it. I don't know, it's been on my mind. And also Friday, we've got a little bit of rain coming on Friday for well, definitely at Lincolnshire for Friday, but it's looking a bit meh. It's in the middle. It's not great. It's not bad. It's just I think we've got a wave of rain coming, so not sure. JDS Aviation Adventures, how you doing? Hope you're good. EP65, Mark Moody, oi to you. Hoping, I'm like, come on. No, don't know, I'm afraid. We're just waiting and hoping. This yeah, the canopies aren't open, so it's still ages probably. Yeah, it's so cold. So that's the way it is, just waiting for something to happen. That's all we do, and you know. But hey, they're not bound to look at the good old Reds there. Look at them. I'm going to have another cup of tea. Tell you what, I'll go and grab a cup of tea, see if I can make the canopies open. A can of peas. Going? Okay, mate, have a good one. On ADSB, oh hello, this is good. On ADSB, I've been seeing the protector on and off. Now, I can hear it. We may get to see it. Now, I'm keeping my eyes on it. Hang on. Well, that'd be nice to get a taxi and a departure from here. Certainly getting closer. Don't know if you can hear that. Phoenix 1-1. Powered by a Honeywell TPE 331 10T turboprop engine. It produces 900 shaft horsepower. Oh, I think I can see it. Hang on. Here we go. Oh, look at this. Oh my, futuristic salmon. Look at this. Is that
Is that armed? Hello? It wasn't me. Oh my word, look at this! this is the Protector RG Mark 1. So reconnaissance and ground attack. It's what's classed as an RPAS aircraft, a remotely pilot air system, remotely piloted air system. Sorry. Amazing. Send it. We're going to need a miracle to not get any lorries in this. Sun it goes. Wow, that was cool. Something a little bit different. Basically, that just sums up modern warfare. Someone's having a good time. Sounds like the regiment are having some fun behind us. Pretty cool. Pretty good, wasn't it? Staying on to see that. What time is it now? What we got here? 14:31. I've got a feeling the Reds are going to be up after the car park closes, unfortunately for us. But hey, that's the way it is. At least we got to see 2 sorties. Just 900 shaft horsepower on the Honeywell engine on the Protector. Amazing, isn't it? And I've got the Shadow. And off it goes with the PT6 engines.
Was alright, wasn't it? To the General Atomics. Pretty cool. Does replace the older MQ-9A, the Reaper fleet. Cool. I mean, they weigh around, I mean, empty weight, they're just short of 5,000 pounds. They're about 4,900 and so pounds. Powered by the Honeywell TPE 33110s, 900 shaft horsepower, and they do have a DEEC, which is DEEC, which is Digital Electronic Engine Control, and you would have seen some lovely armament on them. The paveway laser guided bombs on there, paveway style. And they've got an amazing range. And they can also take brimstone as well. So there we go, flown by 31 Squadron. And it's classed as an MQ-9B. I know it is a bit of kit, isn't it? Absolutely amazing, that. Got a length of 11.43 metres with a wingspan of 24.07. So that would have been a paveway 4, those ones, 500 pounders. That's to give you the weight. So I had 2 of those. So paveway 4.
There we go. That was pretty cool, that. Nice bit of kit, wasn't it?
Interested out by the putting the lights, stopping the traffic for it.
Yeah.
registered to go off, aren't they? I think
Should be. The petrol's still there. They will be, but
Thanksgiving.
I'll see you at a nice picnic.
And the Friday. I think we had about 20-mile round trip. Had a serpent and came home again. But what's going on?
One canopy up.
Great day, really, to see that. To see the Protector drone, or the Protector RPAS. So, flown by two squadrons, number 31, and the Test and Evaluation Squadron 56, who we mentioned today, the Firebirds. And 56 Squadron, who once flew the Lightning, Mark 1A, and official demonstration team in 63. Now, from 2008, took on the role as Air C2 ISR Test and Evaluation Squadron. That probably makes sense. It was 56 Squadron, mind. The fact that they had paveway 4s on there, that probably makes sense. And with the call sign being Phoenix, that also makes sense. Phoenix, then I'm going to go with 56 Squadron. I think someone actually wrote that down, actually. Thanks a lot, Captain A. There's, you can see 1, 2, 3 canopies up at the moment. Typhoon Tristan. So for example, there are various test and evaluation squadrons, if I may. So you've got number 17 squadron. They're a test and evaluation squadron for the F-35B. All right, so the F-35B has a test and evaluation squadron, and number 17 squadron, who brought the Typhoon to Coningsby on the 19th of May 2005, are now based at Edwards Air Force Base. You've also got 206 squadron. They're a test and evaluation squadron at Bryce Norton. Now 206, they are the test and evaluation squadron for the Atlas A400M. So, you know, there are several test and evaluation squadrons. So 56 squadron is the test and evaluation squadron for the Protector, and possibly the Reaper. I think they've still got a Reaper. I'm not 100% sure with that. But yeah, and then of course you got number 41 squadron, who are the test and evaluation squadron for the Typhoon. It's important to have a test and evaluation squadron of experienced pilots and crew who can literally test any latest and greatest ordnance, goodies, software upgrades, anything like that, some new avionics upgrades, etc. as well. So you'll have that there. So there are test and evaluation squadrons for various aircraft. Some do more than one, maybe, not 100% sure on that, but as far as I know, there seems to be just the one for each aircraft. And to be honest, that does make sense. So now you know. 17 is the F-35B, 206. You've also got number 22 squadron at Benson. I think they're the OCU. Sorry, the Operational Evaluation Unit, sorry. At Benson for the Chinook, I think. I'm not 100% sure on that. So 17 Squadron, they received the Typhoon in 2003. They were the first to receive the Typhoon and arrived at Coningsby on the 19th of May 2005. And of course, number 29 was selected to be the OCU for the Typhoon. So I'll keep going until about 3:10. At the moment, the car park, the burger van, is still open, so we're looking good. I'll do a little bit of prep work to bowl off out of here quick. Hawk, how you doing? Hope you're good. Margot, hope we're all good. Got another departure. Paul Briggs, how you doing? Hope you're good. Alcove Electronics Workshop, all we. Kev H, how you doing? Hope you're all good. So this is a Beechcraft Shadow. And it's part of the ISR highly adaptable tactical aircraft. It offers basically enhanced surveillance and intelligence capabilities. It's built on the Beechcraft King Air 350, but is designated in its military form as a Shadow R1. Likes, thank you very much. By the wonderful Pratt & Whitney PT6 engine, a reverse flow engine. It's amazing. It's a free turbine and it's pretty clever, and its characteristics of the engine of course is the big bore exhaust, but the engine is quite unique because the front of the engine is actually at the back, so the air is flowed, sucked in from the front, but works its way to the back of the engine, but it is actually the front, and then works its way to the front of the engine. Think about that.
starting up now. Look at those exhausts. Yeah. RAF Waddington. Right, we're going to get some nice skies for this final display. Practice, of course. Started up, ready to go for their last sortie. Windy for Ted to wear his Christmas hat, otherwise I'll end up losing it. But just quickly, in case we need to go, car park's still looking good, so we're all good to stay. So Kev Howard, 1k likes, 1,000 pence, thank you very much. Guards March, Kev, thank you very much. Belly Bobcat, thank you Nikos and Ted, another good day, oi oi, and an oi oi to you. Sandra Sanger, high five and a Guards March, thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Paul Mayers, thank you very much as well for your super. Free Orion, free Lilo, double fly, high five and a paw pump and a Guards March. Thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Thank you so much for that. And Styley 69, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. High five, Guards March. And Paul Fuller with 21 months membership. Oi oi, hope you're all good and well. Good to see the Reds. Thank you very much.
Right, here we go. In this gorgeous light, there's plenty of people in the car park, so I don't like being the last. Some quick packing so I can abort.
Now, our last moment is with a tip airport.
Here we go. Right, what we got? 3 of them or 4? Or more? Sounding good. Enid 5, so it's red's 1 to 5. Let's have a look. But they can, I believe they can have Enid. But with 1 missing, does that even make sense? Let's have a look. There's 3 here. Three will do. I love that shot as they just transition across the screen. Yeah.
this particular part of the sequence over and over and over again until it's just literally done to perfection. Well, that gusting wind has got to go. It's been emotional today with the wind.
gotta love it. I'm just learning some new stuff for next year, like some little transitions that I'm going to put in just to change things a little bit. But red arrows in the sunset here, and wow, it's just like a little personal little air show at the moment. But of course, it's full on hardcore training to be the best in the world, world class. And it's been, look at it, it's like just millimeter perfect, isn't it? Shame about the gusting wind. I've had to make a few zoom sacrifices. It's quite annoying and punched about, but sunset. Beautiful. Tell you what I'll do, I'm going to go completely wide and just catch that beautiful sunset as they go through. The last, and thank you very much everyone. A big shout out to RAF Waddington and the Red Arrows. Oh, bless. Thank you. I've just seen a message on here. Okay, thank you. So they're all good. Okay, cool. Bless. Thank you to Kyber Wolf UK. Thank you very much. And a big shout out to the Wave crew, those that run and manage the Wave. Thank you so much for what you do, keeping us fed as well and warm with the drinks. Yeah, we're so fortunate to have this, you know, to be able to come here and just, you know, in a safe environment. You know, that's what it's all about as well, making sure we're all safe. And it is a busy road as well. Here we go. Gonna make this one our last, because it's just been splendid. call that our last one. Thank you very much, everyone. I hope you've all enjoyed today. It's just going to take me a minute or two just to pack this up, but thank you so much to everyone who's tuned in today. It's been absolutely incredible today, isn't it? Been really, really good.